Okay, welcome. Today, today, we are back with actual programming. It has been a bit. It's been a while. Um, I've been working on a lot of other things, mainly wiki stuff. I don't want to be continuing to develop and then not update the wikis for my mods, and then they're completely out of date and all that good stuff. So I've been working on that, and there hasn't really been too much. There's been a couple of things that have cropped up that we will inevitably work on. But this is not about any of that. This is about something new. There was a mod jam competition thing that was posted for the 1.12 modding coalition thing, and that sounded kind of cool. And so I wanted to work on that. And now I don't have a lot of time to work on this because I have a mod commission to work on and like a certification I need to get and like a bunch of other stuff. So this was basically the idea I came up with that I could get done in as little of time as possible while also still being somewhat reasonable. So we're gonna just figure that out basically. So I'll probably be explaining this multiple times this stream, but just so we're all on the same page. This is a mod I'm calling Suffering from Success. The whole theme of the competition is the more of something you have, the worse things get. So I'm taking that theme to be the more kills you get of a particular mob, the stronger that mob gets. That's basically the gist, right? Pretty fucking simple. So, I have a couple of things here. Of the individual modifiers, including stuff that only apply to certain mobs, like we have something that applies to creepers here that can increase their explosion power and whether or not they're powered. There's something for gas here, which can increase their fireball strength. And then other things that can increase things like this. I think what I want to do is make this like times 4 and then go to the speed. The speed. Oh, the movement modifier, right. And then we're going to want this to be, right, because this is a double, right? So I can make this like 2.5. I want to make this a little slower. In testing, I found that if this ends up getting really high, the mobs that have really high movement speeds have a hard time trying to follow. They end up getting really confused. So I'm lowering that a bit, and then I'm gonna go to the config here, and this will vary up to 4x, and the movement speed will vary up to 2.5x. It uses the same formula. Well, this is going to be 2.5, and this is now going to be 3, or 4, excuse me. Alright, and then there was the absorption modifier, which I have not actually made here, so we're gonna do that. That's actually pretty simple. That's another generic one. I actually do have a text document of a lot of my ideas, so I'm gonna have that text document up Right, there is extra HP, armor, armor toughness, attack damage, movement speed, knockback resistance, follow range, swim speed, and you can give him absorption. And so that's one of the other things we'll do. We'll give them absorption. I have this absorption modifier right here. I have the absorption modifier right here. And this isn't going to be an attribute, right? Because I have this abstract class for attribute modifiers. But like, literally, this is only for attributes, right? So we ain't doing that. I will need a couple more UUIDs. I think I only need one. And that is for the zombie reinforcement chance. Yeah. So let me get a UUID for this. Works for me. We'll deal with that later. I'm doing the absorption now. I don't think I have like an abstract thing. I think it's just it just oh, this is a field modifier. Okay, so that's different. Actually, is it because the this has something for absorption, right? Alright. Absorption amount. Is there a way I can set this? I can. Okay. That's what I thought. In which case, I don't need a field modifier thing like this, because I can just... Yeah, I don't need to use reflection for this. And you're like, you should probably be using mixins for that. And, probably. But, setting that up is not worth the time right now, basically. So, also, I'm in the debug view. I'm gonna need a bunch of errors switching views for some reason. Or not, okay, that works for me. So, this is final and the superclass. It doesn't actually have a superclass, it just implements the I death count modifier. Entity living base. Alright, and this thing is basically just by consumer, right? We're just gonna take this and it's going to return an integer. Oh wait, no, it's not returning an integer. It's a by consumer that takes the entity and the number of times this entity has died. Where was the thing I just had open? So since that's all this is, all I really need to do is define this, right? And that is going to be I mean, I do want a debug statement for this just in case so I can test shit. Yeah. Yeah, I mean this is fine. Modifier functions dot linear dot apply T in this case is going to be mod config dot modifiers general absorption modifier, and that's literally that. And then I need dot int value. Because if you set this to, if it ends up being 2.5, they can't have, wait, no, they could. I guess. This will be up, whoa. That's how you spell that. Uh-huh. And then we're just gonna put value in there. And then it's just literally just t dot set absorption. Absorption amount. Okay, well, this should be a float then. And this should be dot float value. Because this needs to be a float. And that's literally it, right? That's the gist of this, right? And then all I gotta do is I have to go to my little registries here. And then add this here. That's all the generic stuff. So then there's some stuff for zombies, there's stuff for spiders. And there's stuff for skeletons. I don't know if there's really anything else we can do for anything else. But we'll see. We'll take a look at the wiki. We'll see what kind of research we can do. And then we can also enchant any gear that they have. Yes, welcome to code. It's not too much. So this is for the mod jam. What, I didn't want to minimize that. I literally didn't do that. I was literally moving a text document around, and it's like, I heard you wanted everything minimized. God damn, dude, I literally didn't do that. Anyway. So I need. So I've done all the generic stuff. Let's do the zombie stuff now. Which I guess would basically be, well, it's a modifier one, right? This takes, I specify what this takes, right? No, it says it takes entity living base. That's so dumb. Cause it accepts that. Actually, does it really matter? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I guess not the API, you dumb idiot. That's not what you're supposed to do. So this takes a constructor. which is going to take the name. The name here is going to be reinforcement. I have this under SFS attribute modifier dot attribute modifier UUIDs. This is reinforcement. The attribute is going to be entity zombie dot. What the fuck is this? It's entity creature. You would have thought the fucking zombies would have had it. Did they not? They do. It's just protected. Why the fuck? Why though? But why? Coding, yeah, we're coding. We're coding. We're coding a mod for a mod jam that closes on like December 12th. This is so fucking stupid, dude. So yeah, I mean, I've made a couple of mods, and I've done coding on stream before. I haven't as of lately because recently I actually finished a lot of coding work that I've needed to do for mods, and so I haven't actually had much coding to do. But now there's work to do. I could just subscribe to this event, but this doesn't work because this needs to be different per zombo. So we're not going to do that. Instead, we're just going to use reflection and grab this. Basically, where is this? And so yeah, usually coding streams are just me banging my head against the wall for about 4 hours, and then I figure something out. That's usually the idea. Okay, so I need. Oh wait, no, I think I'm fine. Those are going to be zombie reinforcement attribute. Obfuscation reflection helper dot find field. I need to go to the I have a thing for this. That's the wrong thing. What the fuck are you even going on about? What the fuck do you mean? This isn't working. What the fuck? That's some bullshit. I was using this like 5 days ago, I swear to God. And now I'm getting internal server errors. You've gotta be fucking eating my ass, bro. Holy shit. You're so funny. That's awesome. That's fucking awesome, dude. That is awesome. I need like MCP name viewer thing. Why does this say it's YouTube? What the fuck? Okay, this MCP mapping viewer, this project is no longer maintained. Right, yeah, no fucking shit. Don't I have this thing though? Do I? I do, does this work? Does this still work? Let's open it and find out. I just need this, actually no, I need more than just this one thing. Oh my god, why is the server down, dude? That's so fucked up. No, this doesn't work because it's fucking dead. Yeah, this project was started since like 2013. Fuck, bro. No, this is some AI random bullshit. That's not what we need. Let's add Minecraft to the thing, to the search query. Yeah, Okay, wait, maybe there is something here. You get the SRG name of a field of a method slash field from the MCP mapping CSVs. If you set up a Forge Gradle workspace for 1.8 plus, you can find the NCP mappings used for it in the Gradle cache. Gradle cache. .gradle caches Minecraft DE Ocean Labs MCP mappings channel mapping version. I can find a CSV file. Holy shit. We're cooking now. We're cooking now. How do I open this fucking CSV file, dude? I don't have a good CSV viewer. Whatever. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's find this shit. Good to see that I only have 38 gigs free on my 1.8 terabyte hard drive. That's awesome. I'm pretty sure we're getting sidetracked as hell, but this is fine. So I go users, I go here, .gradle, caches, Minecraft, DE, Ocean Labs, MCP, MCP stable 39, let's fucking go. Alright. Who the fuck needs online resources when you can just do it yourself? Hold on. There's gotta be a way I can show this off without it being like the most weirdest random shit in the universe. We'll figure it out. Hold on. I guess I need to open Sheets, and then I need to open, upload. Dude, I don't want to fucking upload this, but the last thing I want to do is view this thing on goddamn WordPad. That sounds like fucking cancer. Let me see how bad it looks. Maybe it's not the worst thing ever. Maybe. Also, I literally already found it. Okay, you know what? WordPad's fine. WordPad is fine. You do what you gotta do. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you this shit. I guess I want window capture. WordPad. Brace for impact. I guess. Is this? Yeah, it seems fine. Look at this. This is what I have to look through. I look through this fucking shit. Look how long this thing is. But it's right here though. I actually sniped it. It's right at the top, so we're good. This is what I need. This bad boy. And I actually do want to verify that I'm doing this correctly, and so I will verify it by going to the other fields and verify that I have found that that this is correct and consistent with the previous information that I have. So we will just quickly Control F this. Yeah, see, so this field that I just pasted right here is explosion strength. This is the explosion radius of spawned fireballs by gas. It doesn't say by gas, but that's fine, right? And in the code, it uses a variable named explosion strength, and I can actually verify that as well, and I'll show that I know what that is. And that was actually near all the way near the bottom, so you know, good luck finding that unless you can control F that shit. So I need this. All right, so this explosion strength, it uses this thing right here, and this is the field I actually wanted to change because I wanted to change this value. Anyway, so now that I know this is field blah blah, this is from entity zombie dot class. It would be so much easier if I didn't have to do this for every single fucking one, dude. I'm not doing that. I need an individual field name, but wait, can I be genius? Wait, can I be genius? Dot class dot get fields? Through an array chain field object containing all accessible public fields of the class or interface represented by this class object. Okay. Boom. Get fields, right? We have fields. This field will be a field of fields. You're like, what the fuck is this guy going on about? Like, who is he okay? What the hell is this man's malfunction? The answer is fucking lot. I didn't wait. What am I doing? Look at this. Field F in this shit. My genius knows no bounds. Look at this fucking shit. If wait, no. Okay, so now I need to get the field itself. F dot Jesus. Get. I can pass in null because it is a static field. This will get me. I don't give a fuck. Shut up. So this is an object. We'll just call it O. I don't give a shit. And then if O is an instance of field itself, would it actually state that? Alright, going to class. I shall wish you luck. Thank you. Thank you. That's what we did for the other things, right? For the field modifier shit. I said the field modifier shit. Right, you cast the original. The getting the original is yeah, you just cast it, right? Because it is applicable. Alright, and it just returns that. Then I do this. O dot set accessible to true. Boom. I'm fucking genius. Am I genius or am I just stupid? There's a chance. It's fine. So now when I put the field here, it'll automatically iterate over all the fields I've listed here, and then if, you know, we'll get it if it's an instance of the field. We will leave it like that. I'm assuming I only put static final fields here, we're fine, which is probably what I'm gonna do. How did I start learning this? So this is actually a really interesting question. Now I guess the question kind of falls into two categories. How did I start learning Java? How did I start learning modding for Minecraft, right? Because those are kind of two separate schools of, or two, those kind of have two separate answers. I started learning Java. Java was the first programming language I learned. And it just so happens that Minecraft's written in Java, right? I started learning Java back when I was in high school, and I had a pretty strong aptitude for it because it just made a lot of sense in my brain. Um, and it still does to this day. Even though some other programming language, like I understand there are pitfalls with Java, and Java is obviously isn't perfect for everything. No programming language is, but I've kind of really gotten accustomed and used to the way Java does things, so like I'm cool with it. But yeah, so that was like, fuck, that was over like 10 years ago, when I started learning Java, right? So we're talking 10 years of knowing how to do stuff in Java, or at least, from when I started learning. So it's not like this is something I picked up in like a couple weeks or whatever, right? And then for Minecraft modding, this goes back to slightly before the pandemic. So we're talking 2020, 2019, 2020, approximately. Um, I was making a mod pack. This is a mod pack I actually now stream. It's called Vengeance Craft. The name is wrong. There's a massive typo in it. I don't care. I'm not making changes to it. Anyway, that mod pack I wanted to make because I want to make a mod pack. I never actually finished the mod pack, technically. But as part of that, there was a mod that there was a mod that I wanted to add, but that mod did not exist. So, knowing that I knew Java, Minecraft's in Java, I pulled a Thanos and went, I'll do it myself, and made Scaling Feast, right? Scaling Feast is this, right? Just so that you have a bit of an idea of the mod that I made, right? This was the first mod that I made. And I went and made it and then worked on the pack and all that was great. Then I got into touch with people who work on Rebirth of the Night, and I made a small mod for them because they wanted some respawn scroll mod thing. And they also wanted this like weird damage type system mod, and I was like, okay, I can work on it. I'll like make a proposition. I'll like experiment with it a bit. And they're like, okay, how much is it gonna cost us for you to make it? And I'm like, you know what? Don't pay me anything. I'll just own the mod. I'll own the mod, and you guys can just use it, right? And they're like, okay. And then over the course of 5 years of on and off development, I made distinct damage descriptions, which is a basically D&D combat in Minecraft. That's basically what we're going with. Um, Commonly abbreviated to DDD. And now that is going to be in that's getting put in RL Craft, Shivoxy. I've been talking with Shivoxy and stuff, and that's actually going to be there. They've already done a lot of configuration for it, and it's pretty cool. It's super sick. So that sort of answers the question. It was a long time ago I learned Java, and then because I had some Java knowledge and I was going to university for a double major in math computer science, I had a stronger knowledge of Java. So I looked up a couple tutorials on how to sort of get shit set up. And then I looked at other people's mods that did similar things that I wanted to do. And I was like, okay, how did they go about doing this? How did they go about doing that? And that's how I started to learn things. And then as I learned more and more and I got a better like understanding of how certain things work in like this ecosystem of like Forge and all that other stuff, I was then like, okay, I don't have to do it exactly this way. I can start to do things a little bit my way. I don't have to exactly copy the shit that they did, right? So it was a lot of reading other people's code on GitHub and then just applying it and experimenting and a lot of trial and error to figure shit out. And then once I had a little bit more knowledge built up, I could start doing things myself. Um, I think I answered your questions. I don't think I went off too much of a bit of a tangent there. I didn't mean to go off on too much of a tangent. So I don't mean to plug myself too much, but in case you wanted to know about the other mod, there you go. I mean, it's my stream. Literally, I should plug myself. But I don't want to seem super like pompous and you know, oh look at how awesome I am. But just in case you want to read a little bit about it. I think I also have a bit, if you scroll down a bit, I have a section on like the mods that I've made on my Twitch page, and there's a little bit there as well. Yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Now we're working on a mod for a mod jam. It's not going to be nearly as big and cool. You saw someone talking about it on Reddit? Whomst? Whomst talked about this on Reddit. I'm very or what subreddit? I almost want to go check it out. And I guess also when. Some random guy on the RLCraft sublet it. Sublet it a year ago. Okay. So yeah, that was a year ago was approximately the time I think Shivoxy was talking about like putting DDD in RLCraft and stuff. Um yeah. So the FYI, although the obviously the bot can send links in chat, I do technically have links disabled in chat. I think I need to get a little bit of a better filtering system, but obviously to protect against bots, I have forbidden links, so you might need to do a little bit of finagling. Yeah, just so you don't get kind of got by that. This is the reflection helper dot zombie reinforcement attribute. Wait, no, this is not. This is a reflection helper dot get. No, dot get value. The owner, there is no owner, and the field is reflection helper dot zombie reinforcement attribute because we need to pass in. Then I need to cast this to I attribute. There we go. I just typed in the mod name and found someone talking about it on Reddit, so yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Wait, really? Okay, I typed it in wrong, but... Oh, I see. Yeah. What is this fucking other question asking if there's a DDD mod for Fabric 1.20.1? This is a year ago. No one has answered this question. Damn. Okay, well, if it wasn't a year ago, I would throw a response at it right now, but you know. Oh, wait, I feel like I've seen this thread before. Yeah, I think I actually read this thread before. I'm seeing it and I'm like, wait, this is familiar. I think I saw this. Yeah, there's not too much. Like if you look it up, you find basically the CurseForge page, the Modrinth page, the Reddit thread, the GitHub repository, a Modrinth gallery for the page, illegal reposting of the mod, and then you find my VOD channel where I have where I've been working on the mod and like streaming it and developing, right? So, and then you have more illegal postings and blah blah blah. Anyway, illegal, unsolicited, I guess is maybe the correct term. Yeah. But that's just how it is. I think I want this to be. I don't even know how this is going. We need to make a category for this. The zombie category. So this will be um now I guess the question is, how does this fire like reinforcements? Literally, I got it over here. So it has this. Where is this? Where is this used? I want to figure out like how this goes about doing this. Okay, so it applies modifiers. Blah 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 blah. No one cares. That's auto initial spawn. Sure, whatever. Okay, so this is the summon aid event, right? Okay. Okay, so this is it's a percent chance because it gets a next float, and if that's less than the reinforcements chance, then then it does all that shit. Okay. In that instance, and then it applies a bit of a it applies basically a 5% debuff. Which means actually we could actually set this to be something like 200% spawn chance, and then every time you hit the zombie, like you have to hit the zombie until it goes all the way down below 100%. I don't think we're gonna go that far, because that seems a little fucking insane. Um, oh my gosh, I can't type. To its reinforcement chance based on the number of deaths. Zombie, how do you feel about the treatment Minecraft mod devs get in the Minecraft community? Um, you're not getting enough credit for the stuff they do, perhaps. I think they don't get a lot of credit, yeah. I think this comes from a fundamental kind of misalignment, I want to say, right? And you can see where that misalignment appears a lot in like the terminology that's used, right? If you download a mod, you install it and you play it, right? You're just playing with that mod. And that's different from playing with like a mod pack, which is like a collection of mods that have been specifically, catered to a certain experience. But people use those words very interchangeably, but they do mean very different. They do mean very different things. Also, don't worry. I mean, I am streaming obviously to get work done, but I am streaming to entertain as well, right? So if I didn't want to get cut off, I would not be streaming this development, basically, right? I don't even know if you were necessarily cutting me off, right? You're asking a question, I choose to answer. I could have finished this first, then answered it, right? Like there's a million different ways that could have been done. And so back to my previous point, I think there's a bit of a misalignment because sometimes people use those words interchangeably and they do mean very different things, and it kind of shows like a lack of I guess, understanding of the environment, the ecosystem. I'm going to use that word again. I'm a smart idioter, I guess. And it's not like I have a problem with people necessarily using the words interchangeably. They do mean different things, and I think they should be represent. They should, indicate those different things. Um, but there's a couple people who will make mods and they'll make them quickly and stuff like that. They'll post it out, right? Like back when the mob vote was a thing, people would like implement all three mods or all three mobs, like, in a couple days since the mob vote came out. And people would be like, man, why can't Mojang do that, right? Modders get so much stuff done. I think it built a bit of an unrealistic expectation, right? Modders are people too, and they have their own lives and their own things, and passion projects, right? They're not getting paid for it, right? I think if you want to hold modders to a certain degree of, I didn't want to say accountability, but if you want to hold them to like, yes, you should be continuing to develop this, right? Like you have to continue working on this. I want you to continue working on this. I don't want you to just slack off or whatever. I think if that's what you want to do, you should be supporting them in some financial measure, whether it be like Patreon or like YouTube memberships or Twitch subscriptions or whatever, right? Because you're telling them that they owe you something to continue to work on it. And I disagree, right? Like they're doing it because they like it. But if you want to say you have to work on this, you have to do this, right? And you have to do it now, then yes, you should support people on Patreon, right? You should support independent creators that you want to see continue to work on Patreon. That's how it works, right? If there were people who wanted to say, I don't give a fuck what you're doing right now. I want you to work on DDD. I want you to work on DDD. I want you to, polish it up, make it good, do that shit. Then, if they're not supporting, like, if they're supporting me on Patreon, I'd be like, okay, you are pledging on Patreon specifically because you want to support this development. So I'm gonna do it, right? Um, right? Because if I don't, then you don't continue your pledge, right? It's a very simple interaction. And so you can encourage people to develop. It's like, I like your mod. I'd like to see you to, I hope you continue your project, right? It's really cool. I'd love to see where it goes, right? But if there's you got to port it to this version, you got to do this, you got to do this. You're pressuring them to finish exactly like that. It can be uncomfortable, right? Like, and fundamentally, that can actually push the modder away from wanting to work on it, right? Because they don't want to be pressured like that. Now, I say all of this, right? And allow me to just jump back to the beginning of this discussion and add a preface. I have never been harassed, pressured, pushed, poked, bugged, whatever, to put out an update for a mod. I have a Discord. People post bugs there sometimes. People post bugs on my GitHub. I prefer if they post bugs on the GitHub instead of just popping in the Discord, but whatever, Discord's there for a reason. Um, right? They post it there and then they might ask, hey, when are you gonna get around to doing this? And it's usually whenever I get a chance. I'm a little busy with XYZ right now. And they're super cool about it. They're super respectful about it. I say I feel very fortunate that the small community that have gathered around the mods that I have made, no one to my knowledge, has ever been very incessant about getting something done, uh, which I am very grateful for. Now, my community is also, I would like to say, probably on the small side, right? So obviously, if the community were to get bigger, it's going to obviously cast a wider net, and then eventually I could theoretically get people like that. But as it stands right now, it's not bad. I think if the community got bigger, then that's something I may end up experiencing. I don't think my community or the group of people that get together for this stuff is currently large enough to really have a high chance of encountering those kinds of people. I think it goes for any content creation and content creator community and stuff too, right? Not just exclusively Minecraft modding, but I think Minecraft modding ends up being a little because the people who play the mods don't understand the work, care, and effort that goes into making it, right? Like people can play DDD not knowing that it's been in development for 5 years. Right, and so that's a very different perspective, right? They just downloaded it, 3 days ago. I've been developing it for 5 years. Uh, they receive a bonus equal to. I could actually literally just do this. The bonus is equal to that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. 2x over x plus d, where x is the number of deaths for this mob, and d is defined here. That's not what I want to do. Alright, so this is also at range double. Nice. With the min being, I think it has to be 0.0. Yeah. You want this to be like a little bit higher, so. I think I actually want to specify here. A higher number here indicates a lower percentage chance. It's a little backwards, but that's because this part here goes in the denominator here, so as the denominator gets bigger, this number gets smaller. And so I think this is probably a good thing to add so that people don't get confused and they lower it, and then everyone's spawning charged and calling their friends to beat you up every time you just look at them weird. Modifier equals. We'll set this to. I think I want to set this to 6.0. Because zombies will die in the daylight, right? And then that reinforcement modifier is going to go up. And we don't want that. That's going to be a thing. Thankfully, deaths from zombies, zombie villagers, and husks are all tracked independently, and so we don't have to worry about all of that coming together so that they're constantly calling the gang whenever you flick them. But they probably will be. Basically, every zombie is going to be a leader. That's sort of what I'm picking up here. So this should be linear. The operation should be additive. And this should be modifier functions dot, no, limiting value. That's what we want. Yeah, okay. I get it. So the config value here, oops, is going to be mod config mod. Whoa, what did I even type there? Modifiers. I didn't set a thing for this. Change the modifier, please. That affect only zombie-based entities. Entities. I can spell. There we go. Zombie category. Zombies. Please. Please, dude. I don't want to be making 9 typos a second, man. I just want to do this. Can I get this autocomplete? Thank you. Now I can do zombies. Zombie reinforcement modifier. And then post application, I don't think there's any post application to do. Yeah, that's it. Now, as long as it only applies to zombies, and that's fine. But the problem is, I see this not working out. I see that the type's not working correctly, and then me being pissed. Basic SFF. This is entity zombie. There we go. Watch this not work. If this doesn't work, I'm slamming my head through a wall. I'm not actually, but holy shit! Oh wait, there we go. Do. I get fucked. You're such a dickhead. No, why are you like this? Fuck, dude. I gotta go here. I gotta parameterize this type. This needs to be E extends ELB. Fuck, dude. E. E, dude. Fucking E. And I think this needs to be E. Alright, so now there's like 5 million problems. Somehow there isn't. What the fuck do you mean? Oh, because it's not parameterized. Right, I need to be looking at this shit. This should be entity living base. Parameterized successfully? Yes, dude, let's go. Okay. I should, be, just copy this shit since I need to paste it like 9 times. Wait, why am I getting more errors, dude? What the fuck? Oh, wait, I'm getting less errors. I am confused. This is not, oh yeah, this is polynomial. Wow, dude, you're crazy. Anyway. This is entity zombie. There we go. There we go. Everybody's happy now. Everybody's happy. One thing I also need to do is and then this is a double. This needs to return. This is the current value. I need to clamp this for sure. Because what I experienced in testing here is that if you increase the follow range a lot, then the mob actually lags the game because it's spending so much time thinking about who it wants to go smack from like thousands of blocks away. So we need to rein that in a little bit. This should never be negative, but it's fine. I just want to, wait, then I should just do a min. I just should do math.min. I don't need a clamp. Min is acceptable. And the cap is going to be something that I define here. I want to say 500 blocks. That seems pretty fucking reasonable without it getting to like 1,000. If that ends up causing a bit of lag, we will reduce that value. Oh, I'm an idiot. I literally set this up to be used right here. There we go. Okay. So now we have this zombie thing, right? Now check this shit out. Check out the fact that this playlist didn't loop, dude. That's awesome, dude. I love when my playlist doesn't loop. It's beautiful. Anyway, so we have this. We're gonna make another zombie modifier. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. It's going to be, yes, class. Yeah, we want that. There is no superclass, just an interface. There's going to be the iDefCount modifier. Entity zombie. I think because we're just doing, yeah, this is just, it's just like this thing. It's literally just like this thing. It's the same thing. Wait, so then I can make this, I can have this be like a threshold percentage based thing. I can have an abstract class that does that and abstract away that because I also need it for spiders too. Okay, so then I actually do want to set an abstract class, abstract percentage chance modifier. And this will implement the iDeathCount modifier. We'll parameterize this. We'll do that here. This extends Yeelp. There we go. And then it extends this, right? So now, bada boom, bada bing, what we need is we need I don't know if I need the name for this. I basically just need a protected abstract double mod blah, blah, blah. Get config value. There we go. That's, I was like so lost there. I was like, what the hell am I doing? So with this config value, then on accept, right? We take the E, and then this, right, so for the creeper thing, we had a threshold percent, which was applying the limiting function and applying it to this with this thing and that. So we're basically doing the same thing. So if SFFRNG dot get random double is less than, don't worry, I got this. My brain's spinning. We're getting there. And the fucking hard drive trying to access what the fuck I was just doing a moment ago. There we go. Modifier functions dot limiting value dot apply. This double is going to be this dot get config value. This is going to be you. And then I also need a protected abstract void perform modification. Passing in the E. Passing the E. Perform modification on the T. I'm just saying random fucking lighters at this point. This could be final because I don't need this to be overridden. I literally just specify the config value and the modification we perform, and we're good. We're good. Alright, so that is good. This can actually just be packaged private too. It doesn't even need to be anything else beyond that. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, so now we go to this thing. This thing instead extends abstract percentage chance modifier entity creeper, and then this, our config value, will return this thing right here. I don't know how I accomplished that, whatever. And then our actual modification is basically this thing right here. And then we don't need these anymore. And then this should be entity. Oh my god, I've had to type this so many fucking times. Right, so now that this extends this, all I've defined is, you know, the little modifier that goes into it, and then, you know, what we actually do should we do that. So now, the zombie jockey chance, this thing does the same thing. We extend percentage chance modifier, that's abstract percentage chance modifier, entity zombie, bingo bango, get the config value, which we'll deal with in a second. I just gotta actually add it. Jockey chance. If not 0. Wait, did I even... Oh wait, it's here, in the limiting value thing. If t is 0, then it returns 0. Otherwise it returns that. Okay, that makes sense. Where else is this used? I might need to change that. Knockback resistance modifier. And then the movement modifier and the swim modifier. Okay, this value is 0 and a bonus is applied. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, I am good to go. If not 0, specifies the percentage chance that a baby zombie will spawn with a chicken jockey. This is on top of the bonus chance. This is on top of the 5% vanilla chance. Well, this is actually based on number of deaths. The exact formula is x over x plus d, where x is the number of times this mob type has died, and d is the value defined here. I need this. A higher number indicates a lower percentage chance. Double, the min is 0. And this is zombie jockey chance. We'll set this to be like 4.0 or whatever. I don't know, that works for me. Now, what we have to do is on this modification, we have to do if entity dot is bab. How do I know if is bab? Is child. Maybe that's the word I need to be looking for. Is child. There we go. So now, basically, all I need to do is the exact same shit that this thing does when it spawns and it tries to do this. There should be something where this is for its equipment. Yeah, equip item on initial spawn. This is... This world entity chicken get entities within AABB. Does it try to get a chicken that is nearby? Otherwise, it does another check, and then it just gets a chicken, and it spawns it, and they start riding. Wow, that's crazy. So I actually need to do if entity is child, and actually, if they're not a child, or the entity dot is riding, I think is what I'm looking for. Yeah. Then this is just return. Otherwise, if they're not riding and they are bab, then the modification we will perform is we will do an entity chicken. Any chicken entity.world, we can just throw that shit in, right? And that's basically the same shit that it's doing here, right? It does that set location, it sets it to the position of the zombie, it does the initial spawn, passing in null for the data, and the difficulty. I don't think this thing gives a fuck about the difficulty, but I do need to get the difficulty instance because that's what it needs. How do I get a difficulty instance? I can probably figure out where this is called. Spawn zombie? No, not calling constructors, you idiot. This thing. No, the on initial spawn, you idiot. Okay, the abstract skeleton. Let's see how this does this. Yeah, whatever. AI skeleton writers. That's whatever. Perform world gen spawning. World end, I get difficulty for location. Okay, I see. This is chicken dot on initial spawn entity dot world dot get difficulty for location entity dot get position, and this is gonna just be a nice fat null. And then it's basically everything else that we're doing here, right? So, oh, set location and angles is probably a good thing to do as well. Dot set location and angles. This is going to be entity dot pause x, entity dot pause y, entity dot pause z, entity dot get yaw, get pitch yaw. What is that? We want rotation yaw, not pitch yaw. Rotation yaw. Rotation yaw, and then this is going to be yeah, I guess 0.0 is probably fine. Let me do this. Let me do chicken dot set chicken jockey true. This dot world dot spawn entity. It's gonna be entity dot world dot spawn entity the chicken, and then entity dot set riding. Set right. Start writing. Excuse me. Start riding the chicken. Then I'm just gonna do a log output, a debug log output. Nice. And now a chicken jockey. Oh no, big meme. Boom. And now the config value is going to be return mod config dot modifiers zombie jack chance. Maybe save it instead of deleting random lines from your goddamn shit. That'd be great. Alright. Beautiful. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. I don't think I need the zombie anymore. I'm gonna keep that just in case. World entity spawner, I don't need this. I need this. Here we are. I gotta add new zombie jockey chance. Let's go. Alright, so that's that. Now let's work on, let's do something for, let's just repeat the jockey chance. However, it's kind of a reverse jockey chance, so I'm not going to make this an abstract class. I could, like, maybe make it an abstract class doing this. But the problem is that I'd end up with skeletons writing, or I'd end up with spiders writing skeletons in that instance. And this is for spiders. So spiders need to have that, right? It's a bit reversed. It's going to be spider jockey chance, since it's basically the same thing. This extends abstract percentage chance modifier, parameterized with entity spider. So if the entity dot get riders, get passengers, get riding entity. Is writing same entity. Get lowest writing entity. Is passenger. Get passengers. Okay. Yeah, get passengers. If entity in dot get passengers dot is empty. Okay, if it's not empty, we will return. And if it is empty, then they don't have any passengers. Ergo, we will perform the modification of getting an entity skeleton. Entity skeleton, we're going to do entity dot world skeleton dot set location and angles is going to be entity dot pause x. There we go. Entity dot pause y. Entity dot pause z. Entity dot rotation, yeah. The pitch can be 0.0. There we go. skeleton dot on initial spawn. This is gonna be entity dot world dot get difficulty for location for the entity dot get position. The living data is probably null. I'm gonna hope that it's gonna be null and that there's nothing that they want to get from the living data. What does the living data even contain? Oh, fucking nothing. Awesome. In which case, I don't give a shit. Oh, there's also a pickup chance. And that'll apply to abstract skeletons and zombies and husks, and it'll apply to, like, basically the humanoid mobs. Well, the humanoid hostiles, right? So. Which means I guess it's just applying to entity living base, but then we filter it. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so we have our on initial spawn. We're getting way too ahead of ourselves. I don't think I need to set entity.set. I don't think I need to set this as being a jockey. No, I don't think I need to. This is a specific chicken thing. I guess for something. I don't. Oh. I think that's like the only reason it cares. Oh, and also chicken jockeys can't lay eggs. That's also true. So I don't need to set that here. I just need to spawn the skeleton and set it to being writing. Entity.world.spawn entity, the skeleton, and then set the skeleton to start riding the spider. If not zero, specifies the percentage chance that a spider will spawn with a skeleton rider. Based on the number of deaths. This is on top of the standard vanilla chance, which I don't actually know what it is. I think it's 1% actually, not 5%. I think I can just copy paste this. Mob type inside DS value defined here. I am so pissed that you have done this to me. High number here indicates a lower percentage chance. At range double. Wow. Nice. Min equals. We'll just do 0.5, that's fine. And this is gonna be public double spider jockey chance. Wait, no, the min is 0. The default is 0.5. Okay, so now one thing I want to know is that is this like an abstract class? Do the cave spiders extend this class? Right, because that is literally how it does this. It's a 1% chance. Okay, so it's a 1% chance for these fellas. Um, can I get a type hierarchy to see if this extends it? Because if it extends it, like, I'm fine with that. I just want to know if it does. It does! Look at that. So this will actually apply to cave spiders as well. Cave spiders can now be jockeys as well. Dot modifiers dot spiders dot spider jockey chance. Works for me. I don't think I need any other registry or whatever. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. All right, so we got this now. We've done this, this, this. Okay, so I've done the zombie stuff, done the creeper stuff, done the spider thing. There's a thing for skeletons that I need to do, which will be an increase to their fire rate. And yeah, so I have a thing for this that I need to access here. Entity AI ranged attack. All right, I need to access this. I think it's the ranged attack time. Yeah, right, so then it's gonna do that. So, max range attack time, max interval in... Attack interval min and max range attack time. How does that get... Okay, so F2 looks to be the exact same as F. We take the square root of D0. What is D0? That's the distance. Then we set the range attack time to the floor of F2, float max range attack time, max interval min, plus float attack interval min. Obviously, yeah, they do shoot faster the closer you get. That's an int. That's an int. Wait, what the fuck is this? What is this? What is this code I'm looking at? We're gonna take the max range attack time. We're gonna subtract the attack interval minimum. Then we're gonna add it back, which basically cancels this out. And so then it's just max range attack time times this, which is the same in both instances, here and here. It's the square root of the distance divided by the attack radius. What the fuck? This code just seems like a bunch of fucking baloney. So I guess it's the max range attack time that I want to alter. You have the AI for this, right? Into the AI ranged, into the AI attack ranged bow. What is this? Oh, it's into the AI attack ranged. Is a ranged bow. Attack cooldown. Where is this called? Set combat task. It's the air attack set attack cooldown. They shoot twice as fast on hard. Where is the set combat task done? On initial spawn. Yeah, you set it to combat task, which is gonna reset it to that. Okay, this is interesting. Because if I set the attack cooldown, or if I set the shoot, the fire rate, if I set that, then what's gonna happen is it's just gonna get reset. Because this thing is gonna get set via this, and it's gonna get set on the set combat task, which is going to happen when they spawn. Now, reading entity from NBT, it sets its combat task there. Oh, you're so annoying. I would have to either add a capability. I'd have to add a capability and then on tick, or use mixins, which I kind of want to avoid anyway. So, that's interesting. I'm not sure if this is really feasible. I don't want to necessarily add in mixins. It sounds like it's going to be really annoying to do. Like when it joins the world, I can bypass like the set combat task, because when it joins the world, I can set it there by just using reflection to access this thing and then doing that, right? The problem is that if it picks up a sword and picks up a bow again or whatever, which I don't think it actually would do. But when it's read from NBT on like a world reload or whatever, it's gonna reset it. And also, I assume when the difficulty updates or whatever. I assume in some instance it's going to end up calling this again and doing that. And the AI arrow attack is private. Wow. Okay. I might actually need to use mixins if I want to do that. It might just be the easiest way to do it, because then I can mix in into the set attack cooldown for this and change the the parameter. such that it takes into account what it's like supposed to be based off of the number of deaths or whatever. Interesting. Okay, I didn't think that was going to be as ridiculous as it ended up being. Okay, so we will circle back to that. And since we are using mix-ins, there are a couple of other things that would open up. So, that's nice. Uh, Pick up chance is actually pretty easy. Random next float less than 55 times the clamped additional difficulty. And what is this set equipment based on difficulty thing? Okay, what is this set equipment based on difficulty? This is entity living. Where are you used? You're used here. Do I want to mix in into this? What calls this? What's the call hierarchy for this? Abstract skeleton and zombie. Call this thing. Oh, that's for the initial spawn. Right. So I might want to actually mix into this as well, though I want to see, like, okay, sure. Right, 'cause that calls super, okay. I want to see how it figures out what thing it should be. So it gets it if it's an armor slot. If it's empty, then get armor by chance. And if the item is not null, then it sets it to the slot. Okay, so this, get armor by chance. I said this, get armor by chance. What is the chance? Random.next int 2. So this is going to get a value between 0 and 2 exclusive. And then if it's hard, where does it use this? It basically, I guess it makes it more likely. Yeah. And then if random.next flow is less than 0.095, it adds a bit. using that to determine, I guess, the armor. Okay, and then it sets it to that slot. Okay, the pickup chants can be done, the enchanting and the all that stuff, that is something I might want mix-ins for. Interesting. I'm gonna have to mess with my build Gradle, and that's gonna be something I didn't want to do. That's why I set up a lot of this shit beforehand, so I wouldn't have to do that. But here we are. Okay. What I can do... I guess I can, do I put this in an individual thing for zombies and for skeletons? Hmm. For the pickup chance. I guess for zombies, there's also a break door chance, right? Thought they have something for this? I could have sworn they had something for this. Set break doors AI task. Okay. This is public, right? Yeah. We can give him a break door chance, a higher like break door chance. I think that works. That's a thing we can do. And this is another percentage chance modifier. Oh, this is gonna be entity zombie. So we're gonna perform a modification here where it's gonna be entity dot set break doors AI task set to true. Now, do they only break the doors on hard, or what is this? Also, doesn't this not... Yeah, that's what I thought. I just need the config value for this. If not, 0 specifies the percentage chance that a zombie will have the ability to break doors based on the number of deaths. This is on top of the vanilla chance. The exact formula is blah 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 blah, where you do all this shit. And you ruin my copy paste because you're annoying. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Ruining all my shit out here. Range, I can't even spell double, awesome. Zombie break door. I think it's supposed to be modifier, actually. Alright, so now we go here. This config value is going to be return mod config dot modifiers zombies break door modifier. And we slap that shit in here, dude. Zombie break doors chance. Nice. So and then I guess the pickup chance can be thrown in there. Yeah, for now we'll just do that. That's fine. Where's my basic bitch registry. It just casts it to that. The pickup chance, though, is that exclusive to... Because that might be really annoying. This is set in entity living, not entity living base. So then I just set it to be entity living, restricting to... Yeah, okay. This is going to extend abstract percent chance modifier. Entity living. I need the config for this. That affect certain groups of entities. And now I gotta go here and do shared category. This will specify will spawn with the ability to pick up loot. What am I doing? Pickup modifier, that'll be like 0 point. Why is it 0.5? That explains that. So these are all some pretty easy, simple things. I need to actually log this, though. Zombie will break doors. Okay, I logged that. I didn't log this. I need to set this. And then I need to actually make sure this is, need to make sure it applies to only zombies and skeletons. Okay. So then that applies to that. That's the pickup chance we've done. There's the, like, the gear modifications, like the gear they spawn with, which I definitely want to mess with. The fire rate for the skeletons. I am curious if there's any other things I want to mess with. So I'm gonna look at some of the other ones. Alright, like, is there anything I need to care about for, like, illagers that I can mess around with? Not really. Well, I mean, that's abstract, so we should probably take a look at the specific things. I don't think there's much there. Okay, but like, where is this even used? This is up to 3. Interesting. I don't think there's really much. I could maybe try and increase the amount of vexes that the evoker spawns, but are you really killing that many evokers where like this ends up becoming a problem? Like, probably not. I don't think this has anything. I mean, it does have a ranged attack thing, right? Has this AI fireball attack. I said it has this AI fireball attack. Why is this a loop? That's so weird. Why does it loop? You don't even use this. That's so weird. Whatever. There's maybe the attack time. Oh, I see. I see how it's doing this. It's really weird. But I guess it does work. Then it has a couple seconds charge up where it's on fire. And this is the in-between time between each shot. And then if it's equal to 4, then it resets it. That seems really annoying to alter. There might be something I can do there, I'm not too sure. I already looked at creepers, so we're kind of fine there. I don't think there's much need. I mean, I guess I could make it more likely that they pick up and put stuff down, but I don't see that really doing much there. Okay, so this determines if certain blocks can be carried. That's fine. And this is a list of blocks that can be carried. That's fine. So we get the RNG, we get the world, we do some RNG calcs. How often is this even done? One in 20 chance, I guess, every tick on if it should execute, and then if it does, it updates the task. Interesting. I kind of want to, I could maybe change this. That might be tricky. And then it would be dependent on stuff. I'd need like some capability attached to the Enderman. Okay. And then this, I don't think this really has much of anything. I mean, there is a lifetime. I can increase the lifetime, but where is its lifetime set? On living update, its lifetime. If its lifetime is greater than or equal to 2400, then it just dies. So I'd actually want to subtract a certain value from the lifetime. And I check this, right? Like, if they spawn with this set, then I will change their lifetime. And I'll subtract something from it so that they get more time. They get more time to live. I can theoretically do the same thing with Vexes too, but I just don't really see that being like the most the most interesting thing ever. And I'm pretty sure there's not much that can be done with Guardians either. I guess I could make their attack duration. I guess I could make their attack duration shorter. But again, this requires something specific to, because they don't have a field set. This is just a global thing, right? So I would need, again, like an individual capability or some sort of data that I can store on the Guardian, which the most easiest way to do that is with a capability. Just because a lot of the shenanigans are handled. I don't need to worry about reading it or whatever, it's just done. And I just get the value. In that case, yeah, I'd have that for that, and then I would mix into get attack duration and just change it to return the value. Though, yeah, because this is not static, so it can actually reference this, and then I just boop, grab their capability, and then just slap that there. So that's possible. All right, let's put that down. I know how to spell. Guardians attack duration. Need mixins and capabilities. Alright, because this... Let me just make sure I know what I'm doing. The tick counter, if that's greater than or equal to the attack duration, then it... Boom, it does stuff. Okay. And I believe the Elder Guardian extends Entity Guardian. It does, right? So then that's specific to the Guardians. And I guess I could do for Endermite, and Vex. I believe Vex probably do a similar thing. Limited lifetime ticks. Oh, it's different. It's different. It's not the same. What the fuck did the Endermite thing say? It said if false, if not this dot is no despawn required. We're just gonna do that so I know what that is. Okay. So I guess that's a couple things. I don't think I care too much about changing that. We can maybe see... I don't know. It seems like we're kind of going into really niche stuff, but that's fine. I don't think there's anything, as much as I'd love to do shit for this, I don't think there's much we can do. I guess there's maybe the AI summon silverfish and like the range that they can call out to. Right? Because this is... Wow, and there's just this random shit here? So this iterates over a volume, and then, like, I can, I is less than or equal to 5, and I is greater than or equal to -5, I equals less than 0, 1, 0 minus I. I see what they're trying to do here. This seems really weird. This might just be like a artifact of decompilation. I don't think it would actually be done this way. This way seems a little weird. Um, and then, I mean, I guess I could try and increase these radii, but that seems really weird. And then there's a bit of a buffer delay or whatever. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna matter that much, to be honest, because the silverfish are gonna spawn with more health and more walking speed and everything anyway. They're already gonna be kind of menaces, so. But the witch, now the witch is interesting. I might be able to change the potions it drinks. And also maybe even the drinking speed. Like how fast it can drink. Like there's a potion use timer. If it's drinking a potion, it no longer drinks a potion, and then we get it, and if it's a potion item, we get potion effects from the stack, and we add the potion effects to it, right? So like, it literally drinks the potion, right? And so then, when it equips a potion, get held item main hand, get max item use duration. This is definitely possible, because, okay, so the potion item is gonna have a max item use duration. I might be able to just, like, have a hard cap on that duration. And, like, clamp this or something. On living update, right? I go in here, potion use timer, we just kind of give it an upper bound. Right, so that's definitely an option. I might even be able to change this by adding, right, additional potion types. I don't know what additional potion types you'd want a witch to use. Maybe invisibility. Like, I could see invisibility being interesting. Regeneration also probably interesting. This is probably where some of the real fucking shit's gonna come in. We're gonna, like, make witches actually do a little bit more shit. We can make them drink invisibility, probably just standard invisibility duration. And then, like, literally the only thing I think of that makes a lot of sense is that and, like, regen. No other potion really makes too much sense. There's no resistance potion, right, fundamentally, so we can't do that. Unless we, like, made a potion type for that or whatever, which I guess theoretically we could do, but that seems like we're sort of going beyond the bounds of what the idea of the mod here is. All right, and I can add to this. It might be tricky to figure out where we inject there. That's gonna be a little interesting, but that's fine. We'll figure that out, maybe, perchance. All right, and then there's all this stuff, right? Okay, cool. And then, how the freak heck do you decide which potion to use? This is where you decide which potion to use. Where the default is harming, but we apply slowness, poison, or weakness. Now, I do like that as options. We can also consider a couple of other things too. Actually, there really isn't anything else. Like, you kind of have all the, like, debuff potions here. You got harming, slowness, poison, weakness. I mean, there's other effects, but there aren't any potion types of those effects. Unless we registered a potion type. Now, we could register a potion type. This is fine. This is an option. The question is, are there any mob effects that we'd want to apply here that actually matter here? Right? Like, we don't really need to apply Wither. That doesn't really matter. And there's blindness, but that's kind of annoying. There might be some shenanigans there, but I'm not super convinced that there's really any other potion types that seem reasonable here. So I guess it's for witches. Drink speed and drinkable potion types. Invis and regen. Which it can drink if it doesn't have an attack target. If it doesn't have an attack target, it can absolutely drink invisibility. And regeneration. Yeah, okay, that's fair. And then we have the Wither, which I don't think there's anything specific to the Wither that I even really want to apply here. They can just do their normal shenanigans, that's kind of fine. And then zombies we've already handled. I don't think there's anything specific to husks or anything else that really matter there. Okay, so there's a couple things. Can I focus on entity creature and just see what other options there are? So there are some animals. I don't think I'm not convinced that there's really anything that really matters here. And then okay, there's nothing really there either. There's some tameable stuff, which is there a way to determine how likely you are to tame? It's probably wow, under entity tameable. Who would have fucking thought? Um, but it isn't. Where's your interact shit? Yeah, that's that. Okay, it's the process interact. There it is. If it's tamed, if it's a bone and not angry. Oh, there's literally on animal tame event. And then we can make them a little bit harder to tame. So this is for ocelot, parrots, and wolves. Might be a little unnecessary, but this is animal tame event that I will subscribe to. Using capabilities. Okay, and then get me to this. No, this. I'm not sure if I can set them to yeah, I can set them to being more nitwits. Which is kind of funny, but this is actually something I could feasibly do. I just need to unspawn set their profession when they join the world. Probably. And there's a couple of golems, which I'm not sure why a shulker counts here, but it does for some reason, so it's fine. It's this, right? I'm not sure if it really matters. It probably doesn't. We're probably not going to worry about that. I don't think there's any other entity creatures that matter. I think we already were focusing on that anyway. I don't think there's anything here that really matters. There's bats, whatever, no one gives a shit. There's squids, no one gives a shit. There's ghast I already handled. There are slimes, and I did like the idea of increasing the size that they have, but there's unfortunately no way to know when they spawn with the size. Right, like, unfortunately, there's no I took a look at the way they spawn, and there's no real easy way to figure out if we're doing this versus when it just kind of, like, joins the world or whatever, right? Unless actually, because when I create this will have a UUID, right? When we create an instance of a slime, we go all the way up the tree into here. Eventually, it should get me a UUID, entity unique ID. When do you set this? Oh, okay, it gets random UUID there. Okay, so I can actually do this. I just need to figure out the UUID of a mob, and then when it joins the world, if it is... Yeah, if there's, we keep track of it. I need to mix in into this right after we create the instance. I feel like create instance is literally only used... Where is call hierarchy for this? Literally only used in setDead. Now Magma Cube do the same thing, right? It just overrides it. Yes, it does. So I'd have to do it in both instances. Or, better yet, we don't do that. We have to mix in into the entity slime set dead. The entity magma cube, I don't think it has a set dead that it... Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. So I have to mix into this right after the create instance call, get that, put that in the thing so it doesn't apply that modifier. Okay. I need some shenanigans, basically. This is for slimes and magma cubes. Okay. So I guess we can do that. There's nothing to do with that. I don't think there's like really anything else. Right, because that was that. This just has the armor stands and players, which doesn't matter. And one other thing I want to quickly change here. I need to go to the pickup chance, wherever that is. This should not be parameterized by entity living, because as we can see, entity living is a whole heck of a lot of things that we don't want to apply to. So, this should actually be entity mob, because now we restrict the stuff to this. right? And it still works out. But now I have to go here and I have to change this to entity mob. Maybe. I think that seems decent. Okay, so I've got a list of things here now. So we're basically gonna try and do as much as we can without using mix-ins for now. So that I can basically put off doing that as much as possible. I think this needs mix-in capabilities too. Okay. I can do the nitwit chance. I can do the tame chance using capabilities. So nitwit chance seems the easiest so far. And then the lifetime thing for Vexes and Endermites also seems pretty easy. Everything else is you need mix-ins probably. Okay, that's fine. So I will add those to the config. Because that's general, creepers, gas, zombies, spiders, and that's shared. So we're going to have Vexes, Endermites. I think I want to use polynomial for this, yeah. Like from evokers. X is the number of times this mob type has died, and D is defined here. I think that's about fine. I don't think I need anything else with that. So this is gonna be 3x squared, so then they're gonna live for 3 extra ticks, and they're gonna live is equal to ticks. I'll probably make it like 5. If you kill 3, it's gonna be like 45 extra ticks, which is like a couple of extra seconds. It's not really that big of a deal. So I might do like 10 extra ticks. It'll be 10 extra ticks, and then it'll be, for 2, it'll be 40 extra ticks, and 90 extra ticks, and then 160 extra ticks, 250 extra ticks. Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good. They'll be living quite a long time. Yeah, it's gonna be the same thing. Make them a little bit beefier. This is supposed to be like an if not 0 specifies the percentage chance villagers spawn as niblets. This is on top of the standard vanilla chance. Exact formula is blah blah this thing. Alright, so there's those 3. And then under shared category, I forgot to add that part. Based on the number of deaths. And on top of standard vanilla chance, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Basically, we just add the same thing. Actually, do I need capability? Yeah, I do need capabilities first. So this is the one we do last. Yeah, we'll do those. Okay, so we'll do those 4 things. This seems pretty good. Vex's category. I have the Endermites. Please. Okay, we got all those. 1, 2, 3, and then we have that 4th thing there. And then we'll load it up, we'll test, and we'll see how it works, basically. I need to... Well, one's the easiest one? The easiest one is probably the nitwit one. I forgot to do that. That's fine. Perform modification. Dot set profession. I'm gonna have to make this here private static final villager profession. Where the fuck? Villager registry, I guess. And I guess it's just... So that's the... This is the registry. Get by ID. Okay, I just get by ID, and then this is gonna get object by ID, and the ID here that we're registering this under is gonna be 5 to get the nitwit. Uh, get by ID, yeah. I think this should apply to zombie villagers too. This is now under shared. And then we cast it and set its profession. Oops. What are you even talking about? Oh, they might not be. They might be separate. Right, it's gotta be entity living. There's gotta be a profession there. And then we'll debug out here. Okay, so that is in there. Now I need the vexes one. This is gonna be a field modifier, right? Probably. What do you have? You have int. This requires a string in the field. Is this public? This is the important thing, right? Because if it's public, it's not public. Of course, why would it be public? Literally never would. Okay, then we gotta grab that. And now we go into here, and I need to find Control F. I don't know if lifetime is the correct field. What am I searching for? Limited life ticks. Okay. Limited life ticks. There we go. Yeah, this is 100% correct. This is gonna be modifier functions dot polynomial. Are we just adding to this? Because this ticks down, right? Yeah, and as long as limited life ticks are less than or equal to 0, so then we just add to it like that. What are you up about? Double integer r, this is... What is this saying? Oh, this is an integer. Or sorry, this is a double. I guess I have to then cast it down, right? Yeah, we have to specifically cast it down. Wait, what the fuck? Alright, and this is gonna be an integer that it's gonna give me. I'm gonna deal with it anyway, and then I need to cast it anyway, so this is gonna just return. Wait, didn't the fucking guest one also be integer based? Yeah, what the fuck is this? Oh, because it's a rounding function. Oh fuck, it's a rounding function. Oh fuck, I should make this a rounding function. New rounding function. If we want to round it to the nearest integer, on the off chance it doesn't happen to be an integer. There we go. That makes a little more sense. I forgot I had that. Get original. This is gonna be return t.get. I don't know if there's a way to get this. There should be. There should totally be. You can 100% set it. Set limited life. That's literally it. Wow. I actually have to override this to do if t dot. Oh wait, that's fucking private too, isn't it? Actually, doesn't matter though. Does it matter? Because it only cares if this, right? If I set this to be something higher, it's still going to tick this down, but only if its limited lifespan is set. Okay, so I don't even need to care about that. Okay, so then this is just going to be SFS reflection helper dot get value. This is going to be SFS reflection helper dot vex lifetime. Oh yeah, and then cast it down to int. View. Awesome. There's going to be new vex lifetime modifier. Alright, it's coming together, it's coming together. And then we're going to need to make a new class here. And there's going to be the Endermite one, which is still not too bad. And the field modifier, right? Yeah, and then this is parameterized by entity Endermite. And also parameterized by integer. So this is going to be return mod config dot modifiers dot, where are we? Endermite lifetime modifier. I need the field that we're actually modifying here. And then this is going to be new rounding function. We'll get to that field in a second. And then this is where we gotta get this. But one thing I want to do is override this and do if t dot, or not t dot, is no despawn required. Wait, if no despawn is required, then we don't care. Otherwise, we do that. Now we have to go to the reflection helper thing again. I don't need the Vex class anymore, that's for sure. Obfuscation, reflection helper, find field, endermite, entity, endermite, dot class, and then the field is gonna be whatever the fuck it's called in the endermite. It's literally just called lifetime. So that's what we were doing before. Lifetime. How many lifetimes are there? Okay, that's for the firework rocket. Right? Who the heck are you? That's also a different lifetime. But this is next to the, this one. This is an endermite field as well, because it's the player spawned one. And I know the endermite only has those fields. Yeah, it only has those fields. So I'm gonna say it's probably this one. I have a good fucking chance. Whoops. Reflection helper, the endermite lifetime, do that, good. We have this. This is going to be SFS reflection helper dot get value. The endermite lifetime value, and then we cast it to int. And then we're good. That's literally all we have to do for that. I'm tired of parameterizing this thing all the time. Oh, I have this order wrong. There we go. And now I'm changing these calls. Actually, I'm changing this call. Now, I don't know if I'm gonna need other registries, but, you know, just in case. We need a safe vargs thing here. This is gonna be add registry. Great basic registry, passing in this class. Alright, and then we don't need this. Okay, and now I can just boop, 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 and boop. And then we can just get rid of these. Now, if I comment out this, are you gonna complain? Oh, yes, you do. Immediately, immediately. All right, we leave that. We leave that. All right, so now it's just the class that it applies to, and then the modifier, and then we don't need to constantly construct the registry or whatever. It's just gonna create the registry like that. Make my life easier. Anyway, we have this endpoint lifetime modifier, which is actually not complete because I need to make it negative. Because it actually needs to subtract it from the field because the field actually increments upwards. So yeah, something like that works for me. All right, so we've got our lifetime modifier. The other thing I wanted to do was the tame chance, right? Is there anything else that I never got around to doing? Input modifier, I did. Tame modifier, we're gonna do. Lifetime modifier, lifetime modifier. Alright, yeah, we're fine. So now we need a capability. So I probably want an interface. Um, these are all integers. Though that would not be an integer, that would be a float. Okay. And then this is gonna extend I capability serializable, NBT probably. Literally all that thing is. It's just that. Now, from the I capability serializable, I do need, because it is INBT serializable, I do need to serialize and deserialize the NBT, and then we need other shenanigans. It needs to implement iStorage, right? iStorage T, huh? What did you? You didn't. it was over here where we did that. And this is fine. I don't think I can put V and NBT here. I don't think I can because it doesn't know what those are. Yeah, because you have no idea what they are. Because yeah, you wouldn't. Actually, wouldn't I only need the NBT and not the value itself? That might not be true. That might be true. This is gonna be the and then T is gonna extend this and D. That's gonna implement iStorage T. Okay, yeah. That's it to do then. I don't care. If this fucks up, then I've done something terribly wrong. So how does registering this work? We need the class. We need the iStorage. Or we need to make an iStorage. And then we need a callable. Or sorry, there's gonna be a modifier value. Actually, do I need modifier value storage? I don't think I need modifier value storage. I just need an iStorage. And then a callable. I think it needs to be a callable T, I guess. Instance.register. And then I don't know if, yeah, you know what? It's probably not that bad. If I need to change this, whatever, I will change this. Like if I need to add to it. I don't think I need to add anything to it, right? Because it's just the value. And then each individual capability is just going to be whatever the value is, right? Like, it doesn't even fucking matter. So much so, this could be an abstract class, and it just implements this. Oops. So this is actually, I don't need to provide separate implementations for this. I think this can actually extend NVT primitive. And so then from here, I don't know if I can do the reading and writing. Maybe I can? No, because I need to know which method I need to use. And that's going to be implementation specific. A lot of this is going to be pretty implementation specific. And this is going to have to be parameterized by, I guess, float and MBT tag float. I don't have the thing for that. ability inject tame modifier dot class. I think that's how I do it, right? Public static, yeah, okay. This has capability capped like house, yeah, okay. Yeah, yep. Okay. And then this stuff, I think it has to be per implementation, and each thing has to have its own thing, because I have to inject this field. Otherwise, it's going to constantly think it's the same as everything else. Okay, so I literally have to make like 9 classes that they're all the exact same thing. Hello, welcome. How you doing? But I guess I could make a float-based one, and then I abstract away the float serialization and deserialization, and it's literally just those fields over and over again. I suppose. I don't know if I'm gonna need another float one, so you know what? We're gonna just do this. Abstract float modifier value. We do need it to be abstract. It extends modifier value with float and MBT tag float. All right, bada boom. Beautiful. This stuff don't need. Serialize MBT is going to be this dot, whoops. We're going to return a new MBT tag float, and the data is going to be this dot get modifier value. Right? And then deserialize MBT is going to be this dot set modifier value to NBT dot get float. Boom. Right? And then this thing is set up specifically so that it's parameterized by floats, so that I can go here and this can be an abstract float modifier value or whatever. And then I no longer need these implementations. I just need the very specific capability nonsense. I just need that like 9 million times for all the things. Then also I need a static void. This is Republic. Register. And it should be I modifier, no, it should be modifier value. Hold on. Dot, get rid of all this nonsense. What the fuck are you doing? Register. Tame modifier dot class. The storage is going to be new modifier value storage. And the factory is going to be tame modifier new. That much I know for sure. And then you're a warning because unchecked invocation of the generic method register. What do you mean? Oh wait, because I need to parameterize this thing, right? And it needs to be MBT tag float. Wait, why don't I do it to this thing? Static T void, this is gonna take this and a callable T. And then we're going to do modifier value dot register. I pass in the class. This is gonna be new modifier value storage, and now I've parameterized this with MBT tag float. Whoa, brother. And then whatever else this thing needs, which is the actual modifier value, which is going to be abstract float modifier value. Brother, you have betrayed me. You have betrayed me. And then what are you complaining about? Oh wait, because this thing would need to be I guess I need to parameterize by T, right? Except it doesn't know what T is. Not a valid substitute for the bounded parameter. T extends modifier value. Right, T needs to extend abstract float modifier value. Boom, there we go. Now it is a valid substitute. Now we're cooking. And now this thing, I don't even need to pass this shit in. This is an abstract float modifier value that I register it with. Boom, now we're good. So now I register this, it passes in this, passes in this, and it just goes off to the races. And then we register it like that. That's pretty good. Thank you for your redeem, your stretch redeem. Big stretch. Big stretch for everyone watching. We're actually approaching being done for the day too, so that's pretty good. I'll have to set up some things with mixins, and I want to do that off stream because I don't really think that's like super interesting. Watching me kind of fiddle around with a Gradle build script and then get that stuff to work. I'd like to just have that working, so I'll do that separately, which means I'm basically going to finish this and then we'll check it more or less just to make sure that everything kind of works as intended. Wait, did I... this thing, it has its own... Wow, it does. It registers its own thing. What is it called? It does do entity. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna need a separate handler then. Attach capabilities event, parameterized by entity. And then I want to have the individual resource locations. And then how did you do this? Modcons mod ID, okay, yeah. And then this thing just confirms that it's the right thing, and then it just adds the capability. Alright, so then it's going to be if event.get object instance of entity tameable add capability tame modifier dot location, and then we just make a new tame modifier. All right, so far so good there. Here, entity capability handler, register that. And then we're going to go into the event handler Animal tame event. There we go. I need to now go here. I guess that's modifier value. I guess it can also just be the entity, because we know it's going to be attached to an entity. I'm only going to be applying it to these things anyway. And I believe this has to go on the other side. Okay, now I just have to return this. Return entity.getCapability. I can pass in the cap probably. And then this will just be null. What's up? Oh, it's never used locally. Well, that's fine. I don't care about that. And then I will return get capability for the entity and tame modifier dot cap. What's up? Not applicable to the arguments. Entity living base. I guess it should be like question mark extends this, right? No, what are you going on about? Do I need to put this here? And then put an M here? And then make this M? Yeah, that's what I gotta do. Okay. Because now this is float, MBT tagging float, and tame modifier, and it gets the tame modifier. Event get animal, which is interesting. Where's my entity wolf or whatever the heck that I was looking at? Yeah, it does fire on animal tame, but it takes entity animal. It doesn't even matter, actually. I will wrap this in an optional just in case. So this is going to be SFS API dot get tame modifier for event dot get entity living. Doesn't really matter, it's the same shit. And if present, actually, I don't even need to do that yet. I can just yeah, I can map to tame modifier get value. What? It is a tame modifier. Yeah, map it. Yeah, you do. Oh, it's get modifier value. Okay, maybe not. Get modifier value. Dot filter. And this is going to be SFS RNG dot get random double less than F. And if it's present, I need a set result. You're joking. Event.set. Oh, event.set canceled. True. I just cancel it. We subscribe to that, we add this, we're good to go. And now it just maps this modifier value, checking to see if it's less than that, and if it's present, it does that, which is good because now what I need to do is I need to go to this modifier and make a modifier thing that I do. Except I should probably make an abstract class first. Wait a second. No, whatever. Just make this. I make this E extends entity living base. That extends E. But it also needs M extends modifier value. I don't think I can just do that, right? Like I need... If I do that and I want to set that value or read that value, it's not going to get me the right value I need, god damn it. Actually, I don't think I need that. I think I can do this, put this as V, and put this as just generic question mark extends and BT primitive. And then you have an accept. And then I need a abstract, this is going to be protected. Get capability. And then I need a modifier function to apply to that, so... This is going to be the same thing as, like... Well, okay, not that one, but, like... Yeah, we're just going to have this, right? So... I need a buy function that takes E, an integer, and gives me R. Except it doesn't give me R, this gives me V. Reset this. And now the accept, what the accept wants to do is it wants to V equals this dot mod dot apply to these two arguments. And it'll be this dot name. No, it'll be t dot get name, this dot name, and then the value. And then it will be this dot get capability, I guess it should be optional, right? On the off chance they don't have it, I don't know why they would, but, you know, or why they wouldn't, but this dot get capability dot actually pass in this, and then if this is present, then we'll do all this nonsense. Cap dot the set modifier value to this value. I feel like that's wrong. That's completely wrong. Is the config value, because this is the modifier on the function, and this is the actual input to the function. And that's the output, that's the value, and then we do boop, boop, boop. Okay. And then if it's 0, according to our event handler, if the random double is less than 0, which it can never be, then it sets it canceled. So yeah, that looks pretty freaking good. So now I need to get the... I thought I made a modifier for this. No, I didn't make it yet. That's right. Okay. This is the capability. I don't need that. There's a lot of parameterizing I need to do for this. All right, EVM. So this is going to be entity tameable. A value is going to be a float, actually. And there's going to be a tame modifier. And then this is going to be modifier functions dot limiting value, probably. And then float value. Just get the float value on that, because I'm only storing it as a float, so we don't need to worry about that. And then that will eventually limit it to 100%, so... Okay, so now that we got that, I will need to add the unimplemented methods. That's right. Yep, we're just gonna get this. This is going to return SFS API dot get tame modifier for this entity, and then get the config value, which I believe I actually do have set up. This is under shared tame modifier. So this will fail based on number of deaths. The exact formula is, yeah, okay. There's not much else to actually add to this thing, because it just, using this limiting value function, is going to apply this modifier and set the value to it, which is then retrieved in the event handler. And so that I know that it's done with this, and then for the capability-based thing, I do have a debug log message for that. Okay, so there we go. That's all the stuff. That's pretty good. So now if I run this, I think we're good. I have everything set up and registered correctly, hopefully, maybe, we'll see. Because the capabilities are added on entity construction. And then they join the world, the capabilities are there, we set the value for it. I think this works correctly. I might need to not get myself killed, because I'm probably going to just be getting myself killed. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're just gonna not worry about these guys. They're super fast, don't worry about them, everything's fine. I should be able to see if they spawn as spider jockeys. They should spawn as spider jockeys a little bit more often. Yup. Man's going at the speed of sound. Right, so we're getting... I have definitely slam jammed a handful of spiders apparently. So much so that they are like the fastest things alive. This is just horrifying. Okay, so that does seem to work correctly, which is good. I don't know about them picking up a loot. We can check that though as well. I think I just gotta find zombies or something. You might be fine. You want? You take? No, I don't know how many. Maybe a sword would be nice, dude. Let me just quickly check. Yeah, okay, yeah, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Okay, so there's some skeletons that are getting this. Okay. Aren't you supposed to be... Let me make sure that that actually counts that. Yeah, okay, okay, yeah, it's working. Alright. Okay, dude is a little too fast to be able to pick this shit up. My goddamn mouse sensitivity is insane right now. Can you take this? Okay, yeah. See, he picked it up pretty quickly. Okay, so far the pickup chance thing's working. The nothing's working. I think I might have messed up the nitwit thing. Right. Yeah. I slightly borked that. That's hilarious. So that's fine, I can fix that. Now, technically, there have been a handful of villagers that have died, but I don't know if it was too long ago that it, like, decayed away to nothing. It seems like it might have. Bro. Oh, dude, it's the dude with the goddamn sword. Holy fuck. Ooh, shit. And now we're getting lots of nitwits. Now, I am curious if, if you get infected... Dude, he's fast as fuck, bro. If he gets infected, does he turn into a nitwit villager? That would be massively unfortunate. But also kind of funny. No, he does turn into... Okay, he keeps his thing. It's only when they naturally spawn. This just converts them. Okay, that's probably good. Probably how that's supposed to go. The one main thing I wanted to test... Oh yeah, was the taming. The taming. I need, like, a wolf. I don't think they're supposed to levitate. Pretty sure they're not supposed to levitate. I am getting a null pointer exception. Why am I getting a null pointer exception? This stuck at modifier value. The value is null. Oh, fuck, dude. I see what happened there. That's yeah, that's tragic. That's my B. I didn't set an initial starting value. I didn't think I needed to. I guess this will be protected. And then it'll be this dot set modifier value to 0.0. And I realize now that I need to because I'm not dealing with primitives, so it's not going to default to 0. I thought it was going to default to 0 because I was thinking I was working with primitives, which I am not. So that ends up causing a massive problem there. But assuming that it serializes, it gets the modifier value, like the capability works. It is applied there. I'll need to test it a little bit more. And we will have many opportunities to test this, of course. So I will wrap it here because I'm hungry and tired and brain fried. So I'm gonna say thanks so much for tuning in and watching. Thanks for stopping by. I had a good time. Um, next couple of weeks are gonna have a lot more modding because there's a lot more deadlines I want to meet in terms of modding. So we're gonna get a lot of work done for sure. Modding on stream and off stream probably, but not so much of this week. So tomorrow I'll still be back with Minecraft, but today was this. So I'll be continuing this next week, assuming I don't finish it off stream, which I don't think I will. Cause I'll be getting the mix-in stuff set up and then probably do the rest of it on stream or something. I don't know, I haven't fully thought it out. But that'll do it for me. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I hope you had a good time hanging out, and I will check you guys later. All right. Peace.